the qualifying starts. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for round 8 of the Ceylon Motorsports Club Race from Home Championship, and it's been quite a long break from the last one. We're back for round 8. As I mentioned earlier, I had to go out for a technical outing for a little while, and the first track that we race today is better known as the Le Mans track. It's Sarthe, which is a very long 13.6 kilometer circuit. It's got a nice long straight with 2 chicanes in the middle of it to reduce the pace. There are 38 turns in this track. Elevation changes and camber changes are prevalent, but overall this is one of the most famous tracks that we find motorsport taking place in the world. As we see, we've got 8 drivers today. We've got Brian Pereira, Riaz Hafrat, Raiz Uem, Denham Fonseca, Viren Muteju, Yevan David, championship leader Josefa Jafferji, and Thiago Pereira, who are all out on track trying to set a banker lap, get some times. And we're actually 10 minutes late because we've had some technical difficulties for some of the drivers. We've got drivers taking part from Singapore. We've got drivers in Australia taking part in this pro race. We've got Brian Pereira, who's sitting all the way in Australia, pretty late in the evening for him. Yevan David, who's in Singapore. So it's a tight fight. As we see, 3 cars abreast, 2 Porsches and Yevan David's Mercedes. It's a 10-minute qualifying, and we are 1 minute 20 seconds into qualifying. It will be very interesting to see how this pans out. It's a very long lap around this 13-kilometer circuit, and it's not only the driving skills that is going to come into play. It will also be how you manage your fuel, how you manage your tires, and on the long run, who has more patience with the accelerator, because fuel burn will be one of the greatest issues on this circuit. very much known initially as the French Grand Prix, the Triangle Circuit, located in Le Mans, and then it was also later used for the 24-hour championship, as well as quite a bit of motorcycle racing does take place. The French are very famous for their motorsport, and this is the jewel in their crown. As we go into the halfway mark of qualifying, we only had one driver who's set a banker lap, and that's Josefa, who's gone round the circuit in 4 minutes 35 seconds, which is a banker lap. And now he's on his qualifying run. I'm sure it's going to be very much faster than 4 minutes 35. As we ride on board with Josefa, he's touching 277 kilometers an hour as he goes into the first of the chicanes, negotiating that with ease, and as you can see, Josefa holding it on 4th gear, gets it on to 5th, a little longer than I would have held it, but nevertheless getting very good speed down the straight. He's getting 270 at the moment. The car seems to be peaking out at 272, and that's not too bad, as we see the Mercedes cars also in that same foray as we go right back with Josefa, and out of the second of the it'll be interesting to see the speed differential between the Mercedes and the the Merc is only touching at 245 kilometers an hour, 250, 255. So there's a 20 kilometer speed differential between the Mercedes and the Porsches. The Porsches being 10 kilometers faster on the straights. That's him. So we've got the Porsche still touching. So the Mercedes clearly faster on a straight line than the Porsche is about 8 kilometers faster. I think Thiago was not giving it all the curry it had, just trying to see what the car was capable of, and the Mercedes still at touching close to 280 kilometers an hour and still having the legs to go faster. It'll be interesting to see what Jevan David's speed through these areas are, as Jevan comes down the straight, and he is on 5th at the moment, 240, 250, 260. As it goes into the first of those long sweeping right-handers. Lovely track. As you can see, there are very few spectators on this track, and I think the COVID times, even in eSport, we are seeing a lack of spectators, as the first of our drivers, Brian Pereira, has clocked a time of 3 minute 57.226. That's the benchmark now, as Brian leads the foray. We've got 1 minute 18 seconds. And as Jevan now comes past the start-finish line, he's clocked a time of 4 minutes 708, which is 3 seconds slower than Brian. So at the moment, the timesheets are Brian Pereira, Thiago, Viren, Jevan, Josefa, Riaz, Rice, and Denham. We haven't seen Huzefa on track as yet. Could be a bit of gamesmanship here, as the Merc seems to be having a lot more straight line speed. The gap between 1 and 2 is still 2.7 seconds. It's a lifetime, but still we wait to see what the others are capable of. Some of them are still on track. It's not over. There's 4 minutes more to go, which means some of them can do another lap to get their qualifying times in. So still we are with 4 minutes more to go in qualifying, and Brian Pereira leads the pack at 3 minutes 57, with Thiago following in second place. As I told you earlier, the track was opened in 1923, and this is a 13.5 kilometer circuit. The organizers had a race of endurance last week, and it was clearly noted that our drivers are now ready for long distance running. And this circuit surely can handle the long runs. The catch is that the drivers who start in front after qualifying will naturally go to the back of the grid because of their qualifying and it being a reverse grid. So if status quo prevails, we've got Brian Pereira, Thiago Pereira, so if status quo prevails, we've got Brian Pereira, Thiago Pereira, Viren Boteju, Jevan David, Huzefa Jafferji, Riaz Hafrat, Raizuem and Denham Fonseca, who are at the moment in the position where they have qualified. As we go down the straight, we see the cameraman panning the car, which is on track. Qualifying about to finish in just a smidgen over a minute, and we see no change in the leaderboard. We wait to watch the drivers as they go. We've got Brian and Thiago just sauntering around the track. We've got Jevan in the pits. We've got Huzefa also. I think he's given up the ghost and he's waiting. He's no longer running. We've got Riaz also, the same frame. We've got Rise and Denham. So I think the qualifying is pretty much settled now, as we have 27 seconds more to complete qualifying, and we watch Thiago still trying to better his time. He might just about make it, or just might not make it. He's a little bit. He's got a little bit more to go, and he's only got 8 seconds more to go in the whole thing, the last bit of qualifying. And the flag just might come down just before the qualifying finishes. Yes, and that's where it is, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Brian Pereira on pole, followed by Thiago Pereira and Viren Boteju. So the grid will start with Denham Fonseca on pole, followed by Bryce Uem, Riaz Hafrat, Huzaifa Jafaji, Yevan David, Viren Boteju, Thiago Pereira and Brian Pereira. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It will be very interesting to see how this pans out. As we ride on board with Yevan David, they're off, and we've got the cars all running down to the first corner. It's all clean because nobody really wants to have any contact at this point. And that's the start. And that's the start, ladies and gentlemen. We have a start which seems to be clean. All starters on track, and the drivers all holding station. There seems to be a bit of a gap between the cars now forming. There's a 5-second gap between the front and the back. That is between Denham Fonseca and Brian Pereira. The gap is now 7.5 seconds. They've got a bit of fighting to do. As you can see, Viren Boteju fighting very closely with Yevan David, the monster Mercedes, being hassled by the tiny Subaru, and the Subaru gets the better of him. I don't want to preempt this, but I can see a strategy building here where the Mercedes is allowing the other cars to pass purely on a totally different strategy, I presume. As Rais Uem and Riaz Hafrat have overtaken Denham Fonseca, and the two of them now are in battle between the front two. The Mercedes, as predicted, has the legs on the Porsches, and we watch Riaz Hafrat try to get a small gap between himself and Rais having undergone some kind of penalty for an excursion, maybe somewhere off-road. Very interesting to see how many laps these cars can do before they come in for a pit stop. Generally, 1 lap would be about max, or maybe 2 laps would be about what they could go, but some managing to change the fuel strategy. There seems to be a little bit of contact there, but nobody between 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, including 8, none of the drivers have actually managed to pull away. So as you can see, after quite a bit of running, the cars are holding station. They are managing to stay along with it, and Yevan David for some reason has fallen all the way back. I'm wondering whether it's a strategy of pit stops, whether he's running a different format here, but let's see. It'll be interesting to see. We still can see in the same frame of the camera from 2 all the way down to 8. That's interesting enough, as anything can happen on this long circuit as we go into maybe halfway of the first lap, or 3/4 way of the first lap, and we ride on board with Riaz, who's pulled a 2.7 second gap from Viren, and Viren too has pulled a similar gap from everybody else. So as you can see, this is very interesting. Early times. It's only 5 laps on this circuit, and we are coming to almost the end of the first lap. Brian Pereira, who qualified right on top, has already come from place 8 all the way up to 4, and Thiago, who started in 7th, has come up to 6. So it will be good to see, as Viren Boteju has already done, is already in for his first pit stop. That's something very strange to see, because he's coming in with 45% fuel in his car. And for those of you who didn't see, on the side of the car it says who has tuned the car as well. Very, very informative. I won't mention the name because it will be unfair. Everybody will want to go to him, but he's mentioned the name of the person who's tuned his car. All credit to him for getting a Subaru to run like this. As we watch Brian, who's come all the way up from last place up to 2nd. An amazing drive. He was 3.5 seconds quicker, or 3 seconds quicker in qualifying. As we ride on board with Brian, Brian has gone through half of his juice in his tank, and he's still 6.7 seconds askew of Riaz, who's leading the pack. They're not really catching each other, but 1, 2, 3 big Porsches, 1, 2, 3, 4 big Porsches. It's interesting to see what exactly the strategy here is. In an ideal sense, I would have expected the Mercedes cars to have run away with the long straights, but that doesn't seem to have happened. Maybe there's some gamesmanship taking place between Thiago and Jevan, who run the big monster Mercedes cars. They're trading places lap after lap, corner after corner, and we ride on board with Brian. Brian has made no impact so far in catching Riaz. So Riaz maintaining that 6.4 second lead, and I presume both cars having a similar setup. The fuel has come to a level where they might have to do a pit stop in the next lap, and it'll be interesting to see what exactly their game plan is. As we ride on board with Huzefa, and we can see Huzefa being followed by Rise, and Rise being now caught by Thiago. Thiago is 1.8 seconds behind Rise. The two Mercs using the slipstream of the other to reduce their fuel usage by getting the tow and the slip from the other car. You can see the two Mercs, as no quarter given, no quarter asked, and Jevan David now clocking a 270, but unfortunately he's on the wrong side of the line here. He's trying the pushback or the switchback. It didn't really work. Thiago had that covered for the moment, and these two guys also managing to hold station. Jevan got on the power a little faster than Thiago, but he seems to be following Thiago for some reason. He's not really taking a different line out of the corner. If I were him, I'd taken a different line and got a cleaner exit, because from what I saw, Jevan did have his foot on the loud pedal a little before Thiago, but he seems to be on the wrong line again, and Thiago is ensuring that he covers the bases pretty well. Unfortunately, one Mercedes wants to be the broadest Mercedes ever made, and the other one wants to be the thinnest Mercedes ever made. And it's interesting to see at what point pressure will tell on the other, and in the process, the gap between Rise and Thiago, I don't know whether it has increased or decreased, as we see that the top 3 cars have now come in for splash and dash with fuel. Huzefa opting to do one more lap, and we see the Mercedes cars have not come in for a pit stop as yet, so they are running a lap longer. So that was the strategy of Jevan and Thiago, I take it. Anyways, it's to be seen where everybody will come out after this whole process, as Huzefa and Jevan and Thiago motor along. Huzaifa has a 6.5 second gap to Jevan and Thiago. This is all about how much of fuel you're going to be utilizing on this track. Some using a different strategy. Usually, in an ideal world, the Mercedes cars would have been burning a lot more fuel than the Mercs. Sorry, the Mercs would have been using a lot more fuel than the Porsches, but there seems to be some kind of strategy which is being employed here, where we see the two Mercedes cars having run a little longer than the others. And with this being a 5-lap race, I'm wondering whether the Mercedes cars are trying to run this whole race on a single stop, as opposed to the Porsches, who might need to come in for a quick splash and dash. And we have one of the managers of a team here who tell me that it takes 42 seconds to do a pit stop. So that makes that shows the amount of time you're going to lose if you use a little bit, or if you use too much of tire and fuel on this race. As we ride on board with the Porsches and the two Mercedes cars, it's a strategy which is different to the others. I think the two Mercs will have to come in for a pit stop in this lap. They cannot do anything more than this. But having said that, it's interesting to see that they've managed to hold off, and as to how they're going to work this one out will be very interesting. As we see Huzaifa, who's got a 4.5 second gap on Jevan. Jevan will naturally have to go into the pits with Thiago in this next lap, and we see Viren closing in on Thiago as well. So this is all about a pit strategy and how fast you can be on track, and how much time you'll actually gain by doing an extra pit stop and having more fuel and more fresher tires. We ride on board with Rai Suem. I really don't know what happened to him. He was driving very well. This track may not be suiting him. He's got a 2.4 second penalty as well, as he chases Brian. Brian having finished his pit stop. I'm wondering whether Brian is also on a single pit stop strategy. I'm not too sure. But Huzaifa, Jevan and Thiago are definitely in for a pit stop now. It'll be interesting to see what kind of a lead Brian has got, as we find Jevan has run out of fuel for some reason, and he's trying to coast himself all the way to the pits. And as we ride on board with Viren and Thiago, he managed it somehow, 2 cars. So we've got Riaz again in the pits. Riaz, Huzaifa, all of them in the pits now. That's a weird thing. All the cars are in the paddock, in the pits now. All are being refueled. Some of them on the single stop, some of them on a 2-stopper. Will be interesting to see who comes out first. And yes, so far it's Brian, Rise, Riaz, Huzaifa, Thiago, they're all there. And I'm wondering who else has to come in for a pit. We've got 2 more laps to go. Some of them are on 2 stops, some of them are on 1 stop, as Jevan having had a bit of a bad experience of maybe running low on fuel. As we ride on board with Brian Pereira, Brian, I'm sure he can run this thing all the way to the end, and Riaz Hafrat as well. And Riaz at the moment running with full power. He's got enough fuel to run to the end. So has Brian, and so has Huzefa. So the 3 Porsches have made it. That's brilliant, and the strategy worked for them. Rise, unfortunately, will have to come into the pits. Thiago should be able to go up to the finish. So will Viren, so will Denham. I don't know, but everybody else, it's going to be a 1-2-3 Porsche from the looks of it. Too early to tell, but anything can happen from where we are. So the gap between Rise, Uem and Thiago being 6 seconds, and it doesn't seem to be reducing at all. Strategy plays a vital game in this whole process, and Riaz seems to have got the better of everybody else in this. So strategy being the game here, and Riaz Hafrat has basically been on full power all the way, and he's done 3 pit stops, yet for all he's leading the race, and he's got a 6.5 second gap to Brian. So it's it's reduced to 1.6 now. So there's Brian too has dialed up the car, and it'll be interesting to see if they manage to hold all the way to the finish. We've got a little over a lap to go now in the first race of the Race From Home Championship, sponsored by Mobitel. Demo, pit pass. As we ride on board with Evan David, something really went wrong with his strategy today, and these things do happen. Got good days and bad days. As he tries to catch up to the guy in front of him today, it's a bit of a tough call. The young boy, 13 years old, but trying his level best, and he's got a gap of 4 seconds now, as Rise is in the pits. So that means the two of them will jump Rise in the pits. The gap between Thiago and Viren now having dropped to 2 seconds, and the gap between Viren and Huzefa still remaining at 12. So we've got a lap, just over a lap to go, and it'll be interesting to see whether Viren can catch Huzefa or Thiago will catch Viren. Doesn't seem to be any impression being made by Thiago on Viren at the moment, as we ride on board with Riaz. Riaz having clearly sealed this, and having got a 4.2 second gap from Huzefa. Huzefa trying very hard, but Huzefa is under pressure from Brian, and Huzefa seems to have gone on a bit of a excursion and got a penalty as well, as Brian Pereira now comes up to Huzefa, and Huzefa does not seem to have made any impression on Riaz. So 1, 2, 3, the gap evenly panned out, and approximately 2 seconds, and unfortunately Brian too has a 1.3 second penalty to serve. Won't make a big difference, but Viren, having pulled away from Thiago, also has a 2.7 second penalty, and Thiago doesn't seem to have made any ground on Viren. Although at the end of the race the gap might be less, but he still will not get up on a place for points. The Rise also catching Thiago slowly, and Yevan, now having got past Denham Fonseca, is 7 seconds adrift from Rise Uem. So we ride back with the lead trio. Brian seems to have fallen back a little bit to Huzefa, and Huzefa too seems to have fallen back a little bit from Riaz. So that seems to be the pecking order for today. Not much of a difference. So Brian seems to have dropped out a little because Viren seems to have caught Brian by about 4 seconds. So whatever that went wrong quite badly for Brian. And he also serves a 1.3 second penalty. Huzefa has a 0.8 second penalty, and Riaz, who's right all the way in front, who now will be crossing the start finish line shortly, will take the checkered flag. And that was an amazing drive by Riaz. He flashes his lights as he goes past the start finish gantry, and Huzefa has run out of fuel, and the car behind him gives him a tap, and that's the only reason he went past the start finish line. Viren also has run pretty dry. Thiago is running on fumes as well. Rise in a pretty much similar situation. We wait to see where Yevan is. Rise also has run out of fuel. Oh, he got the gearing wrong. And Yevan has run out of fuel again. So that's where it is. He might not. Yes, he has got the checkered flag, but that was an absolute, what I call, balls up of a strategy. But nevertheless, it was something to learn from, and a great drive by all drivers. As we come into Saath, the Le Mans track of 13.6 kilometers, we are riding with Irshan with the Coca-Cola branding car, the beautiful Mitsubishi Evolution. Out on second is Adam Junaid in a four-wheel drive Subaru. We've got Sam Smith, who is driving the Porsche. Calvin Kingsley, King Calvin as he is known, driving a Renault Megane. We've got Fearless Kid, who's actually trying to be fearless. He's Kushan Perez with Damika Motors branding, father sponsoring this car for him. We've got Kamal Raj, who's driving a similar branded car to Adam Junaid. Mevan Pereira, who's driving Jaguar, the F-Type. And we've got Shami Alves, who's also in a Subaru. So Kushan is actually driving a Viper. That's a Viper. I have Sam Hinkender, who's right next to me, who's giving me all the technical specs of these cars. I hope he's right. Most of the time he is. It's a Viper GR4. So that's what he's driving. This track, set in France, is 13.6 kilometers in length, having a total of 38 turns. Was opened in 1923. back in South. We've got about a little over 3.5 minutes to go with Irshan S, who's leading the pack, followed by Shami Alvis, Mevan Pereira, Kushan Pires, Adam Junaid, Kamal Raj, Sam Smith and King Calvin Kingsley. It's a lovely car to see. We've got Irshan S in the Coca-Cola sponsored Mitsubishi Evolution with Pro Bikes on the side of it. And for all you wonderful listeners, we are at the Mobitel X Station. The X Station being the location where Mobitel have all the Wi-Fi enabled gadgets. If you come down here, you'll see all the electric equipment that run on Wi-Fi. For example, we've got robotic vacuum cleaners, fans, fish tanks, and a whole host of gaming devices, and including light fittings, which are all Wi-Fi enabled. And for any more of you who are gadget freaks, this is the place to come to, the X Station, which is run by Mobitel. As we ride on board with Irshan, and we are getting very close to the end of qualifying. We've got Irshan S, Shami Alvis, Mevan Pereira, Kushan Pires, Adam Junaid, Kamal Raj, Sam Smith and Calvin Kingsley. So from where I see it, the times are pretty slow, and I don't think Calvin Kingsley has set any kind of lap time. He's been driving around the track. Sam Smith has also gone on a similar outing. He's not set a time. Kamal Raj is also in the same format. Adam Junaid, I know, has set a time, and Kushan Pires has also decided to call it quits with his lap time. And you can see Mevan Pereira driving behind Kamal Raj, pretty much in formation. They're both driving back to the pits. They've got a Netflix, you can see Netflix on the side of this car. Kamal Raj has a multitude of sponsors that he's getting funding from. I can see very clearly he's got Tag Heuer, got Netflix, he's running Advan tires for this event. He's got an Airbnb, got Red Bull, Fujitsu on one side. Garrett, I presume, are the turbos who supplied him, and Mission Minion as well. Yes, so he's the man who's on a roll with a whole host of sponsors. We're now with Kushan Pires, as I said earlier, sponsored by his father. And there you see the cars slowly parading back down to the pits. We are at the end of qualifying, and we're just about to begin racing. So this is a 5-lap race from what I'm made to understand, and the circuit is Scarth. It's a short straight to the first of the S's into the Terra Rogue first turn, which is a sharp 90-degree right-hander. We ride on board with Calvin Kingsley, who managed to steal pole away from the rest by virtue of a reverse grid. As the cars start off now, as Calvin Kingsley leads the pack, it will be interesting to see what Sam Smith is going to do about it. The Renault Megane in black, and starters orders are underway. The cars are off, and as they race up to the first of the S's, the first being a little right-hander into a left-hander, another right-hander into a left-hander, which goes up like that into the short stretch, which will take them into the first turn, which is a tetra curve. So again we see all these drivers now fighting for position, as Calvin seems to have got a 1.7 second gap on Sam Smith, and Sam too has a similar gap with Kamal Raj. Adem Junaid has sneaked up a little bit, and you can see Kushan Pires giving a slight tap to Kamal, to Adem at least, and the two of them running pretty much parallel. Beautiful driving. We've got the two cars running side by side, and Adem being taken by the monster Viper. I have to say that these are interesting times, and Adem seems to have fallen back a little bit from Kushan. It's a beautiful car there as they break into the first of the chicanes. It's called the Laash chicane into the Musan straight. And the short straight again into the La Frontière chicane. Sorry, my French is not too great and I can't really pronounce these words. But we ride on with Adem, who has Idamal and J Holmes and Mascon Mesh as his sponsors. And at the back we find Shami Alvis, who's an absolutely astute driver, now getting the better of Mevan Pereira in that F-base, so the F-type. So we ride again with Adem in the blue and black Subaru, who's chasing Kushan Pires, and Kushan now catching Kamal Raj. I think this is one of the few tracks that Kushan must be excelling in and must be absolutely happy, because he's got the legs on everything, and Kamal Raj has a bit of a moment there, and Kushan Pires says thank you very much and takes the place. But Irfan is not too far away. Irfan Faham, if I'm not mistaken, or this is Rushdie Irshan. That's right, this is Rushdie Irshan, another extremely good driver, who's also been joining us of late. And we see Adem staying in 6th place. He must be having a strategy behind his drive, as we see Mevan Pereira has managed to get the better of Shami Alvis. They may be fighting for the last place, but realistically Shami was the second fastest today. So Rushdie Irshan, having set the fastest time today, having got pole, is now chasing down on Kushan Pires, and Sam Smith and Calvin Kingsley seem to have also got themselves into a bit of a battle, as Calvin got the better of Sam. In the melee of all this, Kushan has got the better of Sam as well. So that's good driving by Kushan. I wonder whether Kushan has turned up the car, and that is a spinning Calvin Kingsley. Oh, that was bad luck. Calvin must have made a mistake, because he was all by himself there. There was nobody else with him. That is really bad luck. That's motorsport for you. You can have good days and bad days, and Calvin now is last on the grid. That's Shami Alvis being chased, or chasing, right on the tailpipe of Adem Junaid. Identical cars, identical power, identical weight. It'll be interesting to see what Shami's strategy here is, and I think he's got the better of Adem. Yes, he has. Adem, 10 years old, but drives like a 30-year-old with lots of maturity. And we see Kushan has taken the lead. He's got the lead now, and he's got the bull red Mitsubishi Evolution of Rushdie Irshan right on his tail. That's not going to be fun. But then again, we're dealing with Kushan Pires. Kushan is a seasoned campaigner. He knows what he can do and what he can't do. He's made sure that Rushdie is on the outside, and the next corner is turned to the right. But Rushdie has got the better of Kushan. We wait to see whether Kushan is going to brake a little later and dive down the inside. No, he's on the wrong side of the dive. But something happened there. Yes, he got parallel, but it's interesting to watch these guys drive. Kushan being a real world driver and Rushdie coming from sim racing. So we've got both art of motorsport and both talents here, as the GR4s are now maxing out at 145. So this is on miles, I'm told. So he's doing approximately a 300. No, he's not. He's just getting about 250 miles an hour or kilometers an hour on this. As we ride with Sam Smith, who's in third place, serving a 1.1 second penalty, and Kamal Raj in the slipstream there. As we see all the cars coming along, we see Mevan Pereira has managed to get around Adam Junaid. Adam having unfortunately got a 3-second penalty. Nevertheless, his strategy may be totally different to the others, and he's driving very cautiously on this. He tries to go around the inside, but Mevan has none of it. And Mevan also has set, or Adam has set the personal best of his own run. And we ride with Calvin, who seems to have had some kind of a issue. I think there was a glitch in the system, or something really went wrong with Calvin. He seems to have lost out there. But that's motorsport again. You have good days and you have got bad days, as we see a wide running Kamal Raj with all his branding there. He's driving very hard to keep the car on track. It's nice to see all these guys, and I'm sure some of them are getting very close to a pit stop, or maybe they're trying to run this thing all the way to a single stop race. If that's the case, it will be curtains for quite a few people, because those who are in front may not be, who are obviously on a single stop, and everybody else down the order also on a single stop. There will be no real advantage gained from this whole exercise of fuel saving. So Rushdie Irshan now has managed to pull away into a 4-second gap, and there he does come into the pits, and he feels that it's best timing for him to come in for a pit stop. He's got a quarter tank of fuel, but nevertheless, when you are sitting in the driving seat, you are the best judge of what you can do and what you can't do. So there you go, beautiful car, Coca-Cola branding. We've got Demo, we've got Mobitel, we've got Pro Bikes, we've got yes, we've got all the branding on the car. As Rushdie Irshan now exits the pit, and as he does, he's right behind Adam Junaid. So that's where it is. Adam now following Mevan Pereira, and Adam, I'm sure, is going to run one more lap. I'm wondering whether Rushdie Irshan got it wrong a little bit and might have to come in for a splash and dash before the checkered flag. It's yet to be seen. And there we have it. We've got Kushan Pires, who's for sure running a single stopper, and he's got a 14-second window between himself and Mevan Pereira, who we see now. And right behind Mevan Pereira is Adam Junaid. So that's good stuff by Adam, and Adam does dive down the inside. I'm not too sure which way the turn is. In the next corner, Adam goes back into the slipstream, and that's good driving by both parties, as Mehwan clearly kept the inside cover to make sure that Adam couldn't come. And Adam, I'm not too sure, I didn't see it there, but I saw something where Adam did try to do a switchback. Yes, he has managed the switchback maneuver, and he has got the better of Mehwan Pereira. So the two cars touching each other, and that is unfortunate, as Mehwan did overtake him very cleanly. And that's something that we need to have an eye on, as Rushdie Irshan comes very nicely and tries to take the better of so Rushdie Irshan has also taken Adam there, and now you see Rushdie right on the nail of Mehwan Pereira. I must say that Rushdie has driven a very good race, coming all the way from the back of the grid, and now having come all the way up. And that's Sam Smith. Better known as Auto Sam. We've had two drivers who didn't run today, three drivers who didn't run today. One is Inuk Madhumarachi, who had a technical problem. Calvin Kingsley, who actually was leading the race, and for some reason he has left the race due to some technical problem of his. And we've had Kyle Crossland, who had an exam today and couldn't take part. So that is the situation there. We're running with 7 drivers, but we actually should have had 10. Usually we have a grid of 12, and rest assured we have a great lineup of drivers for the next race. This is the AM1 race, the Amateur 1 race of the Race from Home Championship, brought to you by Mobitel and Demo. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the French country of and riding on a track called Sarthe, which is where the Le Mans races take place. It's a 13.6 kilometer track with 38 turns, and trust me, it's a track where it's not for the faint-hearted, as we ride on board with Shami Alvis and Kamal Raj. Shami, for some reason, has had some kind of issue where he's generally in the front, and as we see the race leader coming all the way in very late in the day for a pit stop with only 2% of fuel. I'm sure Kushan Peris is going to call me later in the day and tell me what a wonderful race he had, because Rushdie Irshan has come into the pits now for his second time with 61% of fuel. That's something that is very strange, because I'm sure Kushan Peris might have the legs on everybody else here. So it's left to be seen how much of fuel Shami Alvis has. So Shami Alvis is the man to watch out for, as Sam Smith, Shami Alvis and the top 3 cars have enough fuel to run all the way to the finish. Interesting times, interesting days, and we wait to see what exactly happens as we wait for the end of this race. We've got a gaggle of cars here, which is 2, 3, 4 and 5. It's nice to see where these cars are, and I'm sure a place change is inevitable from where we stand. So Sam Smith, Auto Sam as we know him, or Top Gear Sam as the others know him, he's improved vastly over the period, and the little dog on his rear end, he's all smiles because he can't see anybody behind him at the moment. Sam having a 4.1 second lead over Rushdie Irshan. and Rushdie not really being able to relax, because he's got Shami Alvis all over his hooter, and Shami Alvis has Kushan Pires as well as Kamal Raj on his rear. So it's not over until the fat lady sings, as they say it. And we wait to see exactly what's happening as we ride on board with Kamal Raj. Kamal exactly right on the slipstream of Kushan, and Kushan covering himself. That's the widest wiper that America ever built. So we wait to see what is going to happen, and as I see it, Kushan is also catching. Oh, Kamal does a beautiful maneuver down the inside, brakes really late, has absolute control of that car. Super driving by Kamal Raj, and he has got the better of Kushan. Amazing. Unfortunately, he has got a 1.3 second penalty to serve. So if status quo prevails, Kushan still gets the place, the legs up on Kamal, but for absolute attribution, it is amazing driving by Kamal Raj. That was a picture perfect technical overtaking maneuver as Kamal comes all the way up to Shami Alvis. This is an amazing race. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all in the same picture, as we have Kushan coming down the inside, Kushan coming there. I'm not too sure which way the next turn is. It's a right-hander into a sharp left-hander. No, Kushan doesn't have it as yet, but if he can hold it, he's got the line in there. Yes, I think he's got the better of Kamal Raj. That Viper has the legs on the straight, but the Subaru has the legs down the corners. So let's see. He's got it there. He's got it there. He's got the third place as well. Awesome driving by Kushan, and that is it. We've got Kushan having taken third place, and now I'm sure Kushan has. Oh wow! Oh no! That was an unfortunate incident. Kamal Raj knocks Shami Alvis out of contention. I'm sure the stewards are taking note of that. That's sad. That's unfortunate. But there's going to be a review on that as we ride back to Kushan. Kushan now comes up and is very, very close to Sam. He's taken Sam Smith as well. He's now in second place. That Viper is something else. I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Rushdie Irshan had better keep his eye out on his mirrors, because you've got a fast-moving Kushan Pires catching Rushdie Irshan. So there you have it. The gap's reduced from 4 seconds to 2.6, and we wait to see whether Kushan on the straight can make anything out of it. They've both got adequate fuel in their cars. They've got a little over 1 lap to go from what I see, and the gap has dropped down to 2.2 seconds, 2.5. It's like a pendulum swing one way and the other. One makes a quicker run, the other one makes a quicker turn. So it's all down to see on the straight, can Kushan really do it, as Kamal Raj comes into the paddock, to the pits for a splash and dash for him as well. And that's going to bring Adam Junaid up the pecking order, as we see Mevan Pereira and Adam fighting for the latter part of it all, as Rushdie Irshan now spreads his legs a little bit to 3.1 seconds, but the Viper has the legs down the long straights. That's where Kushan really has the edge over Rushdie. But if you look at it this way, Rushdie is having a 0.7 second penalty, and Kushan has a 1.3. So when you add that up and one negates the other, Rushdie Irshan is still ahead overall. Let's see what this last lap is going to do for everybody. It'll be interesting to see where 1 and 2 are, because that's where the fight is at the moment. And Adam has got a 6 second penalty. What on earth happened to him? I think he's gone a little off track and come back, and he's got a 6 second penalty for exceeding track limits. This game is not something that's going to give in easily. I don't think Kushan can do very much about the whole thing, as Rushdie Irshan has managed to find some kind of power to keep his car going very fast down the straight. So he's matching Kushan on the straights as well. Unless there is some absolute calamity for Irshan, I'm sure Rushdie Irshan has got this now covered. Amazing driving by Rushdie. He joined us only 2 races ago or 3 races ago. He ran the endurance race as well, did extremely well. And it's lovely to see all these guys who have matured from sim racing as we had it 6 months ago, 8 months ago, and getting thrashed by the Indians. I'm sure we're planning another run with the Indians. We will give them a bit of a heartache as our driving standards have improved tremendously. As we just watched the F-Type of Mevan Pereira negotiate that corner, and we ride on board with Adam and Kamal Raj. Kamal Raj having done an extra pit stop and now coming out right behind Adam. It will be interesting to see what these guys can do as we ride on board again. Kushan, having not given up, has goes off a little bit but controls the car. He loses 4 tenths, 5 tenths, 6 tenths there, and that unfortunately, along with his 1.3 second penalty, is not going to give him any kind of help to come forward for the next race. So we are at 3.8 seconds now, and we wait as Rushdie Irshan now comes along with the last bit of corners, and that is unfortunate. I think his tires are gone. Kushan trying his level best to catch him, but these little mistakes is not going to help his cause. But overall, we have to give credit to Rushdie Irshan. A flawless race, incident-free, and that is the kind of motorsport that we are trying to promote. Even though it's e-sport, it's easy to push a reset button and figure out what you want to do without causing any damage to anybody. Yet for all, this is the kind of motorsport that we want to see, and our heartiest congratulations to Rushdie Irshan as he passes the finish line with just enough fuel, with the light blinking as well, and Kushan Peiris too coming, basically the two of them running on fumes. So it's Rushdie Irshan from Kushan Peiris, Shami Alvis, Mevan Pereira, Sam Smith, Kamal Raj, and young little Adam Junaid. And we're back in France. Ladies and gentlemen, we have AM2, which is now under starters orders. I can't really see the times on the screen, but from what I understand, Adisha Kitwit is 1.6 seconds, 1.7 seconds now coming into the first of the S's, which is a left-hander into a right-hander, and then they go up into another gaggle of left-handers and right-handers under the Dunlop tyre, into a sharp 90-degree right-hander, which is the Sarthe circuit in France. And we have a total of 9 drivers, I take it, not too sure. And I can't see. Yes, we've got 8 drivers on the starters orders at the moment, and we've got Adisha Kitwit, who's at the moment on pole due to. Okay, that's fine. And we've got Shamized, who's in front, followed by Imesh and Jan Kaiser, along with Dilhan Sabah in the M&M sponsored yellow color Mitsubishi Evolution. There seems to be a little bit of argy-bargy there as Jan Kaiser gets a bit of a tap, but he's going to come back and give everybody a run. We've got Jan Kaiser, who's his first time here, and it'll be interesting to see what he can come up with. There's quite a bit of argy-bargy there, and that was between Adisha Kitwit and I'm not too sure who, maybe Sachetana Patirana. I'm sure the organizers will sort that one out. And we've still got Jan Kaiser in 6th place. We've got Dasun Ranatunga in 7th and Akhil Rizni in 7th. We're still with Shamized in front, followed by Imesh and Dilhan Sabah. It's a lovely race to see because everybody is now... Oh gosh, what was that all about? Akhil Rizni and Dasun Ranatunga, I think they had a bit of a moment there. As we wait for the cars to come into the next bunch of corners, it'll be interesting to see who's who in the zoo. So still the lead has not changed. And we ride on board with Sachetana Patirana and Dilhan Sabah. For those of you who are F1 fans, F1 is due to start in a couple of minutes. And we've got Imesh. We've got Imesh Silva, who's, I'm told, is a Ford Laser driver, and he's got the better of Dilhan Sabah, and it'll be interesting to see what these guys are up to. Wonderful driving, Imesh Silva, and Dilhan Sabah on his tail, and Adisha Kitwit somewhere in the running. Oh gosh, those cars are absolutely close with Sachetana Patirana. So these 4 drivers are actually real world drivers who've now ventured into esport, and we are watching them come all this way to France and drive at the legendary Le Mans circuit, which is 13.6 kilometers in distance. We see Himesh Silva with Dylan Saba, followed by Adisha Kitwit. Adisha having chosen to run the Volkswagen Sirocco, whereas the front two runners, Himesh Silva and Dylan Saba, at the moment now driving two Mitsubishi Evolutions, both four-wheel drive. And Adisha manages to do a little bit of a crisscross. I can see that Himesh Silva has done a dual switchback. I'm not too sure that that's going to work. There's a little bit of bumping. All good so far. It's all good, but unfortunately Himesh Silva is suffering with a 4.2 second penalty. I think Himesh will have to be warned by the stewards because he is not really. These three drivers are fighting for every bit of it. Yes, and I see the stewards have now informed the three drivers on the internal communication that they cannot bump into each other. They have to maintain a certain distance for the other drivers to drive as well. You cannot bump, knock or hit, as Himesh Silva, although he's in the lead, he is with a 4.1 second penalty. And for those of you who follow Formula 1, the start is just about to happen. It's as the weather is not too great. I'm told it's raining in Turkey. This is the famous Istanbul circuit, and we've got the two racing points on pole, as we have Himesh Silva being chased by Dylan Saba and Adisha Kitwit in third place. So that's how that pans out. We've got in the middle of the gaggle of cars, we've got Sachetana Patirana, who's now hounding Akhil Rizni with only about, it's under half a second there. So we've got Himesh Silva, Dylan Saba, Adisha Kitwit and Akhil Rizni, all four very close to each other. They're all in the same frame, as you'll see now. We've got 5 cars up to Sachetana Patirana. The top 5 cars are all in the same frame. Beautiful driving by the top 2. No quarter given, no quarter asked. They're trying to switch back. As you see, Himesh Silva running with Dhammika Piris Motors branding all over it. I was told just now that Kushan Piris had something to do with Himesh Silva's entry into eSport. I presume that they're sharing a rig. But, okay, I'm told I'm wrong here. They're not sharing a rig. Because Kushan is also on track in a different one, as they both come into the pits at the identical time. Beautifully negotiating that one, and all three, 1, 2 and 3, all three in the pits as we see it. That's that, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the first round of pit stops there into Himesh Silva being warned by the stewards for his weaving on track, as Himesh, Rizni, Akhil and Adisha Kitwit, all 4 of them who are now, 5 of them are in the paddock for refueling and tyres. We've got Kevin Pereira, Dasun Ranatunga and Dylan Saba, who decided to hang it out for one more lap. I'm sure they've got enough fuel to last them maybe for a single stop strategy. Yes, they have. They're going past the pit entrance, which means that they are good for another lap. So they're on a totally different strategy. But Dylan Saba, amazingly, who actually ran the same strategy, is now holding station in third place, and so it will be good to see what he can do. So Dasun Ranatunga, our championship leader, is there with as we follow Jan Kaiser, who's in 9th place. We wish him all the very best, because this is his first time. He's understanding and learning how things happen here. Jan Kaiser, who's of Austrian descent, but living in Sri Lanka. He's the general manager of one of the leading hotels in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, soon to be opened. As we ride on board with Dasun Ranatunga, we've got only a 0.6 second gap between Kevin Pereira and Dasun Ranatunga. Dasun is a seasoned campaigner as well. He's going to give a hard time to Kevin, as Shami said he's 7.8 seconds behind Dasun. So the fate is sealed for the top two. I don't think they've done a pit stop as yet. They might do a pit stop in this lap. You cannot do one without a pit stop, and that's where it is. We wait to see what is going to happen here. So this particular lap, this particular race is a rather long one, with almost 55 kilometers being logged, or 65 kilometers being logged in the 5 laps that they are going to be running. So as you see, Dasun Ranatunga, he's short shifting there. He's saving fuel on the short shift. He's not getting the thing to the red line. He's making sure that he's saving fuel. That's an amazing strategy. He's there. Again, you see it. He doesn't really give the car to the throttle. He makes sure that the car has momentum and shifts very short to save the fuel. That's a different strategy of driving this Ferrari. Nicely poised in the slipstream, getting the toe. I don't think he will make a run on Kevin, but from what I see, the car does not have the legs, but he's also not interested in doing it as well. He just wants to be there. Maybe he might fuel a little less than. So Dasun knows exactly what he's about. There you go, slight tap there, telling Kevin, hey, I'm right behind you. Not really acceptable, but that's motorsport for you. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And there you have it. Dasun takes him on the straight as though he was sitting in one place. Amazing driving there. He's got the legs there. He didn't want to really do it and compromise his line, but when he did, he managed to pull almost 1 second clean off that particular maneuver. Dasun is an amazing driver. We wait to see him on a circuit to see what he can do. Kevin Pereira also now serving a 1.4 second penalty, as he is being caught by Dilan Sabah. We ride on board with Imesh Silva, who is still serving a 4.4 second penalty. He dropped his penalty down to 3.8, which means that he also had to serve a penalty, as we have Akil Rizni, Dilan Sabah, Kevin Pereira, Adi Shakit with all in the pits at this point of time. Jan Kaiser silently has managed to run all this way without a pit stop, and if I think correctly, I don't know whether I'm right, he just might pull it off without a pit stop. Sam? He might pull it off without a pit stop there. Yeah, Jan Kaiser has not done a pit stop at all. He's been running all the way without a pit stop, so I don't know whether he can come in and out. No, he can't. Yeah, he can't, but great guy. So there you have it. We're back with Imesh Silva with a 14.1 second lead, and as well as a 4.7 second penalty. Sachetana Patirana, who's second, is now serving a 6.3 second penalty, and Dilan Sabah is 2.5 seconds. I don't know whether Dilan Sabah has a penalty, and no, he doesn't, which means if status quo prevails, Dilan Sabah will naturally come in second, and Akil Rizni will also come in third, and Sachetana will drop down to fourth. So that's where it is. the negativity of running off the track or not really maintaining the racing line that one should. So there you have it. We are there with Motorsport taking you all the way. So the theoretician here, Sabri Salam, saying that you dial in your car to run with the most amount of power to make sure that you get the maximum power and maximum legs, and that will give you adequate time on track to overtake everybody. So Dilhan Sabah trying very hard, but as you see it, you will get Imesh Silva, who's now on pole, who was the fastest today. He's got a 16-second gap with a 4.3-second penalty, and I think, from what I understand, I'm sure Imesh has to come in for another pit stop, Sabri, and so will Sachetana. These guys are going to run out of fuel with 1.5 laps to go. They're not going to make it. Yes, Sachetana might make it, but not for sure. Imesh and Akil Rizni will not make it. Dilan Sabah, I'm not too sure. Dilan Sabah, yes, Dilan is okay. Whoa, that was a bit of a bump there. But Dilan will make it, and I don't think Imesh and Akil Rizni are going to make it to the finish. Yes, Akil is also okay, but Imesh for sure will not make it to the finish. He'll have to go in for a very quick splash and dash on this lap if I take it. So that's where you have it. Imesh Silva from Dilan Sabah to Akil Rizni, Sachetana Patirana, Adisha Kitwit, Kevin Pereira, Dasun Ranatunga, Shamized, and Dasun Ranatunga having clocked a time of 4 minutes 26 seconds as the fastest driver today in this particular class. So there you have it. We are in the AM Class 2 race. This is brought to you from the Mobitel X Station. Mobitel being the sponsor of this tour, of this championship, and we are at Mobitel X Station, which is where all the Wi-Fi enabled gadgetry can be purchased. And if you come down here, you'll see all the light fittings, the fans, the automatic robotic vacuum cleaners, and everything else, from fuel battery chargers to electronic power banks, everything available here. I suggest you come, and trust me, if you come and experience the Wi-Fi package here, we've got over 100 Mbps of data at any point of time. So that's how good Mobitel is, and that's our platinum sponsor. Our gold sponsor being Demo, the agents for Mercedes-Benz AMG cars. We're just half a lap away from the finish, and so we've got Dilan Sabah now leading the pack from Akil Rizni, Imesh Silva, Adisha Kitwit, and Kevin Pereira. So that's where we are. We are into the closing stages of Sat, the Le Mans track, as we ride with Shamized, who's actually had quite a bit of carnage to the front of his car as we see it. If you look at the car, you'll see all the paint which has got scrubbed off, which means he's had a little bit of argy-bargy along with the other people, and that's where the entirety of it is. Dilan Sabah, I think, has gone off a little bit and has a half a second penalty added to his time. He's still 0.8 seconds, 0.7, 0.75, dropping from Akil Rizni. Akil, if he brings it below that 0.5, yes, he is a smidgen. Oh gosh, if Akil brings it a little below that, we have a 0.2 second penalty added there. It's going to be curtains for Dilan, and it will be Akil who takes it. Akil also has a penalty to him. Not too sure if Akil has a penalty. No, Akil has no penalty. Yes, Akil. No, Akil does not have a penalty. It's Dilan Sabah who's got the penalty. And if that status quo happens, this is going to be a race to the wire, because Akil needs to get within 2 seconds, a 0.2 seconds of Dilan Sabah to get the place. So that's interesting to see. Akil also has a 0.2 second penalty, and Dilan Sabah has a little bit more than a 0.2, I presume, so that negates one from the other. We're there in France. We're coming to the twilight stages of this event of race 1 from the Race From Home Championship, brought to you by Mobitel and Demo. Our partners are Pitpass and AAAR, who are handling all our social media work. And Demo, who are also with us as our gold sponsor. So Akil Rizni and Dilan Sabah, they motor around the last 2 corners of the track, and they come to the start-finish straight shortly, about 200 meters, 300 meters, and they will be seeing the checkered flag after this little chicane, left, right, and then they will have this long left-right again, and then they see the checkered flag, and that's the end of AM2 Dilan Sabah from Akil Rizni, from Adisha Kitwin, Dasun Ranaduka, Kevin Pereira, Satechna Apatirana, Imesh Silva, and Shami Z. We'll be back shortly with the Pro Race 2. Back, ladies and gentlemen, and now we've motored across from France all the way to Spa, which is on the other side of the pond from Sarthe, which is was in France, and now we've gone to the wonderful track of Suzuka, which is in mountains of Japan. This generally is a Formula One track with a wonderful sequence of corners and 5.8 kilometers of twist in turning, and you do a wonderful over and under around a bridge, and under you've got an absolutely phenomenal 130R, which is a flat out left-hander, and we have everybody who's somebody in the pro race. We've got Brian Pereira, we've got Huzaifa Chaferji, we've got Riaz Hafrat, we've got Rais Uem, Jevan David, Viren Buteju, and Thiago Pereira, who are vying for a place in this particular race. So far, we've got Rais Uem, we've got Jevan David, we've got Viren and Thiago, who have not set a significant lap time as yet. I'm wondering whether they are doing a sandbagging session where they start from the front, but this is a preferred track for most of these drivers, and let's see what happens. It'll be interesting to see what happens, because this is the race that this is the track that we run the speed runs as well. So some of these drivers, or most of these drivers who run this track, they know exactly how their cars handle, and the mighty Mercedes in relation to the small Porsches. It'd be good to see exactly where everybody is in this particular event. And for those of you who watch Formula One, Lance Stroll leads Perez by 4 seconds and Vettel by 10. So that's the news all the way from Turkey. And as we go back to Suzuka, I told you again, this is an amazing track with a multitude of 18 turns, 5.8 kilometers, and the current record is held by Lewis Hamilton, set in 2019, and I'm told that it's a grade 1 track, and it's owned by Honda Motor Company of Japan. So that's where we are all the way up in the mountains of Suzuka in Japan, and this is generally where most of the racing concludes itself. Championships have been won and lost in this particular track. As we go to Suzuka, we are in the round 8 of the Race from Home Championship, brought to you by Mobitel and Demo. Mobitel being the platinum sponsor and Demo being a gold sponsor. We've got 2 silver sponsors, as with in the likes of Pit Pass and AAA are both handling all the digital and social media of the Ceylon Motorsports Club and the Race from Home and the Rally from Home Championship. We see 3 cars which have not set a time as yet. I wonder what exactly their game plan is. We've got Rais Uem, we've got Viren, and we've got Thiago, who are at the moment watching in the pits, because this is a reverse grade order, and these guys run this thing to make sure that they start the grid or the race from a different position altogether. So ladies and gentlemen, this is race 2 for the day of the race from home, round 8. As we have Brian Pereira, who's at the moment set the fastest lap of 1:59.631. This is still a little slower than what we have set in the speed runs. Speed runs having set a time of 1 minute 57.9. So we've got about a second and a half to reduce if these guys are really on the money. So there we have it. Huzaifa has done the personal best so far, and we motor around with him. We've got Riaz Hafrat, who's also now trying to set a significant time. Riaz's car ghosting, so I'm wondering whether he's actually doing a time. We've got Yavan David, who's on track. Yavan 2 running the monster of a Mercedes. I can see the Batman logo on the back. We've got the Mobitel logo on the side and the Ceylon Motorsports Club logo right in front. And don't forget, we've got the Demo logo somewhere on this car. I can't really see where. And the Michelin logo. Michelin and Mercedes-Benz both are the franchise. The franchise is in Sri Lanka for by Demo for Mercedes-Benz and for Michelin, who are essentially our gold sponsors. There you have it. You see Yavan David going right round, and Riaz Hafrat bettering the time again. Riaz getting a lap time of 1:58.814. Riaz was the runner-up in the speed runs and knows this track very, very well. A brilliant driver. He knows exactly what he's doing, and Huzaifa Jafarji has managed to better the time by running at 1:58.814. Huzaifa too knows the track very well because he's taken part in this track at the Speed Runs Championship, which is Ceylon Motorsports Club organized as well. As we follow Yavan David on track, we've got Viren, who decided not to run. We've got Thiago in the gold color Mercedes, who's not going to run as well. And we've got the rest of the drivers there, all lined up and waiting to take part. Just under a minute to go to the finish of this qualifying, and the organizers are eagerly awaiting to see who's who in the zoo. So far we have Huzaifa, Brian and Riaz, who are 1, 2 and 3 in the pecking order of this race. But anything can happen. Anything can happen. Just about to start. We're just about to start the race, which is race 2, and we have on reverse grid order Thiago Pereira, who starts from pole by virtue of not setting a lap time, followed by I think Yes, we have Riaz, we have Thiago on pole, followed by Viren Boteju and Rise Uwe. So that's the pecking order at the moment as we watch Thiago negotiate the first corner, and right from get-go we have Jevan David who's trying to take Rise Uwe into the first turn, and then they go through the S's. These S's are very challenging. It's very difficult to keep the car on track. I know by driving the Mercedes, in certain places you are neither here nor there on the gears, so you got to make sure that you keep the revs up, but you can't change the gears, so you got to short shift and maybe get into the next gear. But again, sometimes you are a bit too high on the revs and you're on the limiter. As you see, Jevan David trying very hard to get past Rise Uwe, goes a little wide and is taken by Riaz Hafrat as well, and that's unfortunate because he falls all the way to the bottom and is taken by Riaz as well as he goes around the Dunlop curve and to the short sprint. That's Thiago right on and with Thiago, and he's got Viren Boteju right on his tail as he goes into just passing Degner curve into the hairpin as Viren cracks a little under pressure, runs a bit wide, and it goes out and comes back again, but Thiago manages to put a 1.5 second lead on that one, and there you have it. Rise Uwe is right on the tail of Viren, so Viren is going to have his work cut out for him because he's going to have Rise Uwe on his tail with Thiago now managing to pull a slight breather of a gap between himself and Rise. Himself and Viren. So there you have it. We've got a gaggle of cars there. We've got Riaz, we've got Rise, we've got Viren, we've got all these, and Brian. Oh gosh, we've got 4 cars breathing down the necks of each other. Three Porsches, and there was contact there. That's contact. 3 cars have made contact there. That's Rise Uwe, Riaz Hafrat, and Brian Pereira on lap 2 into corner number 1, turn 1. That's turn 1. There's been an incident there. There's a lot of contact taking place. There's no places being changed, but contact for sure. And as we watch to see what the stewards are going to do, there is but notes being made from what I see. It's on lap 2, turn 1. Viren has managed to get a little bit of a gap there, but from what I see, it's going to be a tough call because we've got a car which went off. I'm not too sure who. I think that was Riaz Hafrat who ran wide. Unfortunate for him. Riaz Hafrat has run wide and he's now at the back. He went off and I'm not too sure if there's contact, but right in front Thiago has managed to just pull a little bit about of 2 second gap from Viren. Viren too has managed to get a little bit of a breather and has Rise just 1.3 seconds behind as Brian gets the better of Riaz. Amazing driving by Brian Pereira. I mean, if you watch this boy drive, he sits on a chair, he's got a steering wheel connected to a table and he sits straight up, unlike most drivers. There you have it. He is breathing down Viren Boteju and the 2 Porsches side by side now. That's Huzaifa Jaffrji and Rise Uwe. Rise is no slouch potato. He's going to give it. He's not going to give it easy to Huzaifa. It's all about who gets the better drive out of the corner, as Thiago maintains a 2.1 second lead between himself and Viren Boteju. It's amazing to see where these guys are going to be in this whole gaggle of cars. As we go back to F1 for a second, it's Albon from Stroll, from Perez and Verstappen, and Vettel is in 5th place. As we go back to Suzuka, it's an amazing race, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you were here to watch it with us. We've got Rise Uwe, we're riding with him, and he's 1.5 seconds away. We've got a penalty for running too wide. This track is unforgiving. If you run wide and cut corners or exceed the track limits, it's going to give you a penalty. There's no way out of it. as we ride with Rais Uem. He's chasing Huzaifa Jaffrji, and Huzaifa Jaffrji now chasing Brian Pereira. They all run wide. They survive to save themselves from another day, but in the process, I'm wondering what the gap between Thiago and Viren is. It's the gap between Thiago and Viren has now increased to 2.7 seconds. Viren is 1.2 seconds astute of Brian Pereira. Amazing driving as we watch two cars there running side by side, both Porsches, both identical, so it's all down to the driving. There's a bit of contact, but that's acceptable as both run wide, and Huzaifa Jaffrji runs wide thanks to Brian Pereira giving him a little nudge saying, hey, I'm here, you're not going to get the better of me, and Rais Uem saying, thank you very much, thanks a lot, I'm going to take that place. And Rais gets a penalty of 1.5 seconds for of something he did previously. Rais gets a better run out of the corner. It'll be interesting to see who gets the better run here. Amazing driving, they're all on the money on this one. There you have it, we've got Thiago in the lead, followed by Brian Pereira. Thiago has now managed to pull about a 4-second lead with a fast-paced, fast-chasing Brian Pereira on his tail. So it will be interesting. Let's see who's on a different fuel strategy. We've got Brian, who's got about a little over quarter tank, and Thiago, who's got a little about the same amount of fuel. So ideally both should be coming in for a pit stop about the same time. It'll be very interesting to see who's who now, as Brian too has a slight penalty attached to his car, and this track is one of the favorites of the Mercedes. We've got the power in down the straights, but you know, Brian is not a guy who's going to give it very easily. It's a long race. The track is a extremely long track as well. It's 5.88 kilometers. So we're looking at about 65 kilometers here as well. So there you have it. We've got Thiago from Brian, from Huzaifa, from Viren, and Thiago is in the pits. He's come for his first mandatory pit stop. I think this is going to be a two-stop strategy where the Mercedes will have to come in for a pit stop, but Brian too has come in, so that means they're all on similar strategies. Thiago has a little bit more fuel than Viren and Brian, so that's great. We'll see what exactly the others are up to, because Huzaifa, being the master tactician he is, along with Riaz Afrat, I'm sure they've got a different strategy in this long race of 65 kilometers. We are only just about 35% into the whole thing, and that's where we are. Rais Uem now being followed by Riaz Afrat, but Huzaifa Jaffrji leads the pack, and I don't exactly know how much fuel Huzaifa Jaffrji has, but he's going to be running quite hard as well. So Viren from the back is going to fight this one out. It's going to be a long race all the way up, and we wait to see what exactly they're going to do. Huzaifa Jaffrji leads Rais Uem by 2.4 seconds. It's going to be a tough one all the way to the finish. And we've got Jevan David in 4th place, Thiago in 5th, Brian in 6th, and Viren in 7th. But let me tell you, Brian, Thiago and Viren have all done an additional they've done their first pit stop. They've all done a pit stop, so we wait to see at what point who's going to blink first. So it will be Huzaifar, Rice, Yevan, who have not done pit stops as yet. So okay, so there you have it. There are two cars in. That means Yevan and Rice have come in. Huzaifar is going to do a one-stop strategy, whereas all the others are going to have to do two. It'll be amazing to see who's who and who's well. Huzaifar has timed this beautifully. He's managed his fuel perfectly, and we wait to see what exactly they're going to do, because he knows what he has to do to win this thing. He's a good driver. He knows what he's about, but he's got to come into the pits in the next one. He's a very quiet warrior, as one would say. He practices all by himself and not really a person who runs in a pack. He practices a lot by himself, and he's got a 6.7 second gap between himself and Riaz Hafrat. As we see, Thiago, who's in third place, is just 5 seconds askew of Riaz, and the gap between Riaz and Thiago now only 4.7 seconds. And I think Riaz has not done a pit stop. No, he hasn't. So by the time they go in and come, I'm sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and maybe up to 6 would be ahead of 1 and 2 at the moment. So there you have it. That's Brian Pereira in a battered looking Porsche, and waiting for the others to come along. And there's Viren running a bit wide. That Subaru amazingly suiting this track. I think the traction out of the corners is pretty good. As we see, Huzaifar has come into the pits now. I'm sure Riaz, Riaz is in the pits as well. So it's be interesting to see how long these two guys take. Thiago has already passed Huzaifar and Riaz. Brian is also second. We wait to see whether Viren has passed them in the pits as well. Yevan David. Yes, Yevan has passed them as well. But they are running a single stop strategy, and Viren just gets past them. So that's where they are. Yevan has not passed them as yet, but we wait to see exactly what the story is. As so far we have Thiago Pereira leading the race. I'm not too sure what the gap is. I'm sure we'll figure it out a little later. Thiago leads Brian by 2.6 seconds, and Brian leads Viren by another 8.2 seconds. So the leaderboard, basically 1 and 2 have managed to pull away from the rest, and the gap between Huzaifar and the leader is 11 seconds. So even if they do come in for a pit stop, they're not going to make it in and out by saving time. So it will be interesting to see exactly where they are. Brian Huzaifar is hassling Viren unmercifully, and Viren, I hope he doesn't crack under pressure. It's going to be interesting to see what Huzaifar does. He's another seasoned campaigner on sim racing. He has never raced in the real world, but he's giving Huzaifar is the championship leader, and there he is. There you have it. He's right on the tail of Viren, and Viren is skating around all over the place, trying to stay ahead of Huzaifar. The car is absolutely broad, as you see it, and Viren is a driver who's won a night race in real life in a Formula LGB as well. As there he goes, he runs a little wide. That's all the pressure that Huzaifar gave Viren. That car. Oh wow, that was a absolutely amazing overtaking maneuver. That was a super overtaking maneuver on Viren. Viren came down the inside. of Huzaifa. Stewards will review that a little later. And there was contact. We'll see whether it warrants any kind of infringement penalty or whether it's just a racing incident. But I mean, amazing drive by the two parties. They kept it going, and there you have it. That's Jevan David, who's at the moment in 5th place. 1 and 2, we have forgotten about them because there doesn't seem to be any activity between 1 and 2. We've got Brian, who's actually caught Thiago quite effectively, and he's only 1.1 seconds, and Thiago is with a penalty of 0.4. So in an ideal world, if Brian can get into the slipstream of 0.6 seconds, then Thiago is in trouble. But as it is, so far, status quo remains. Oh no, Brian has a penalty of 2.2 seconds. That's not really going to help the cause as well. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our leaderboard: Thiago Pereira and Brian Pereira, one sitting in Colombo and the other one sitting all the way in Australia. That's where they are racing from home. This is eSport, and it's best brought to you by Mobitel. We're at the Mobitel X station, which has an amazing data speed here. And we ride on board with Huzaifa and Viren as we watch Jevan David and Thiago Pereira and Brian Pereira both have decided to come in for what I would presume is their last pit stop. So that's what you see, and in the process, Huzaifa Jafarji, Jevan David, Rai Zuem, and Riaz Hafrat all bypass them in the pits. I'm sure this is going to be a one-stop strategy as Brian takes off, Thiago takes off, and Brian seems to have got the better of Thiago in the pits. So as we see it, Thiago is 6th, Viren is 7th, and Brian is 5th. Jevan David will have no doubt to come in for another pit stop. Rai Zuem, I'm not too sure. Yes, he will also have to come in for another very short pit stop. And Huzaifa, I'm not too sure whether he does need to come in. Huzaifa, I'm not too sure. Huzaifa, no, he won't need to come in. I think Huzaifa has got this in the bag. And unfortunately, Riaz Hafrat is a guy who didn't make it all the way to the checkered flag on this one. That's sad, but these things do happen. We wait to see exactly what happens in the finish. And we go back to Turkey. For all of you who are watching here, Lance Stroll still leads after 20 laps, followed by Perez and Albon, and Vettel is 4th. Hamilton is 5th. And we go back to Suzuka as we ride on board with Thiago Pereira, who goes round the hairpin, which is a long left-hander. Second gear, you have to trail the throttle as you go into 3rd, into 4th, and into 5th, for a very short into 6th gear as you take the 130R, which is a flat-out 1 gear drop. You let off, drop 1 gear, and keep the car stable and keep it going. So the gap between Thiago and Brian at the moment is a mere 2.5 seconds, and the gap between Brian and Rai Zuem is 0.6, as we see Jevan David having to do a pit stop, which elevates everybody else. So Rai Zuem also will have to go in for a pit stop as well. And Huzaifa Jafarji, 7.1 seconds clear. He's got it in the bag. Rai Zuem, unfortunately, is being hounded by Brian Pereira. Rais, I'm sure, will have to go on to a econo drive because his fuel is just marginal for 2 more laps. I'm not too sure whether he can manage to do it. It'll be very interesting to see because as I see it, Brian Pereira is hounding Rai Zuem, and every time this happens, he's going to give Rais will have to power it up a little bit as Brian goes parallel. There's no, it's okay. Oh, there was contact there, and they both go off. That was an absolutely unfortunate incident. Absolutely unfortunate incident, but the stewards have taken note about it. It was unfortunate, and I'm sure Thiago Pereira must be saying thank you very much. That's all I needed at the moment. And he's got a lead of about a second and a half to Brian Pereira, with Josefa leading by 10 seconds. Absolutely phenomenal drive by Josefa. And that's what you have, ladies and gentlemen. Thiago having a 1.8 second lead over Brian Pereira, and Riyaz Hafrat having a gap of 4.6 seconds. But unfortunately, there's a gap of about, even though Thiago has a gap of 1.6 seconds, Brian Pereira is suffering with is serving a penalty of 1.6 seconds. Brian is an amazing driver, ladies and gentlemen. You never give up, never say die driver. As we ride on board now with Jevan David, who's trying to get his act together and get there. He is 4.7 seconds away from Riyaz. He's had a bad day today, Jevan. Jevan is a boy who generally gets his act together and is on the top step. Today, both races, something went wrong. I'm sure he's been having a lot of racing in the last couple of days. He races in the iRacing Championship as well. He's one of Asia's top 10 drivers. He's also a go-karter who's won many championships. An absolutely phenomenal driver. So let's wait and see how it works out. As we ride again with Riyaz Hafrat. Riyaz had a bad moment coming out of the Dekno curve. He had a bad time. He went off at the Dekno curve, and he came back. Again, we had Brian Pereira and Riyaz, who also had a bit of a moment. I'm sure the stewards will look into that. As we go back to Brian, Brian has actually caught Thiago, and we've got 1.5 laps more to go. It'll be interesting to see what Brian does and what stunt he can pull as Thiago tries to defend himself. That's the broadest car on the track now, as Josefa Jafferji. Absolutely phenomenal drive. 12-second gap to everybody else here, and he's got it packed in the bag. And there you have it. Brian Pereira, something has happened to him as well. He's gone off, and something has happened to Brian Pereira as well. And Jevan David has managed to squeeze into third place, and Riyaz Hafrat has is 6.2 seconds away from Thiago. So third place is Riyaz Hafrat. Jevan David and Brian are now having a moment together all the way to the finish. That will be interesting to see as we watch the gap between Jevan David and Brian as they go on to the start-finish straight. I'm sure this is the last lap for most of them. Yes, it is the last lap. It will be interesting to see what exactly they can do. So Josefa Jafferji leads this race 2 in the last lap, from Thiago Pereira to Riyaz Hafrat, Jevan David, Brian Pereira, Viren Boteju and Riyaz. 1 lap more to go, 5 kilometers to be exact, as we ride on board with the mighty monster of the Mercedes AMG. That's the car which everybody wants to drive, but some have chosen to drive the Porsche, the AMG, which the franchisee is Demo and our sponsor as well. It's an amazing drive as we go through with Josefa Jafferji into the last bits as he goes through the hairpin. Thiago Pereira coming into, just passing the Dekno curve and coming into the hairpin as a nice gap which has been built up by Josefa Jafferji. 13.5 seconds. That boy is on fire, absolutely on fire. There's no chance. As we watch, Riyaz Hafrat has gone off at the U-turn, at the hairpin, which is turn 11, and that's got Jevan David coming into third place, 2 wheels on the track, Brian Pereira. 2 wheels off track. And that's not going to work. That's 4 wheels off track. That's not a good one. On lap 12. On lap 12, there's been contact between Riaz and Brian, and they've both gone off. This is not ideal racing from everybody, as the finishers are Josefa Chafaji, Thiago Pereira, Yevan David, Riaz Hafrat, Brian Pereira, Viren Boteju, and Rise Uem. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the finishing order of race 2 of the Pro Race 2, as we go in for a short break and we come back to you with the AM Race 1. Okay, we're back in Spa, in Suzuka, in the mountains of Japan, with Shami Alvis leading the pack from Mevan Pereira, Kamal Raj, Kushan Piris, Sam Smith, Inuk Matumarachi, Adam Junaid, and Irshad and Rushdie Irshad. We have a race between the Subarus, the Evolutions, one Porsche, one Viper, and one Jaguar F-Type. So this is what it is all about. And okay, I'm sorry, I forgot the Nissan GTR driven by Inuk Matumarachi. We've got Inuk in 5th place, running that beautifully branded Advan branded the Nissan GTR. We've got Sam Smith being hounded by Rushdie Irshad and Adam Junaid, who's in last place, but I'm sure he runs a separate fuel strategy. And there's been a bit of contact between Sam Smith and Rushdie Irshad on lap 1 in the 130R. So lap 1, Rushdie Irshad and Sam Smith at the 130R. Shami Alvis, I think, master stroke on his part. He managed to hold all the way and didn't set a significant qualifying time, and has got the better of everybody else in this first bit. Let's see if that works for him. I have to apologize, I'm suffering from a slight cold, but we are in this Mobitel X station, and it's an amazing atmosphere here with the race control running in the Mobitel X station. Amazing racing happening here as we watch Shami Alvis, followed by Mevan Pereira. The gap between Shami Alvis and Mevan Pereira now 2.8 seconds. It's amazing to see how these guys have pulled a lead in just 2 laps. And Sam Smith there in last place. I don't know what exactly happened to him. I think these guys are on an absolutely different fuel strategy, with Kushan Piris now running a little too wide with oh dear, that was unnecessary, but all by himself. Kushan Piris ran a little too wide with Inuk Matumarachi. And as Kushan follows, and Kushan Piris now chasing Inuk Matumarachi. Inuk running in a beautiful 5th place, and Rushdie Irshad in 4th place with Kamal Raj, who's serving a 3-second penalty. Mevan Pereira, who's 3.9, almost 4 seconds adrift from Shami Alvis. So this is 3 laps down, and these guys will run maybe another 3 laps. I'm sure this is going to be a one-stopper for most of these guys. For Shami Alvis, it's going to be a one-stopper for sure. Mevan Pereira is on the border of a one-stopper. Kamal Raj again on the border, or he should be doing a one-stop. Rushdie Irshan, yes, one-stop. Inuk Madhumarachi, one-stop. Kushan Peris, one-stop. Adam Junaid, one-stop. And Sam Smith, one-stop. So we see all these guys who are close to each other, and we ride on board with Kushan Peris, who's just managed to overtake Inuk Madhumarachi, and he tries to pull away. This guy is a monster of a car. It's a beautiful Dodge Viper, and we see how this whole thing pans out as we watch Kushan Peris, Inuk Madhumarachi and Adam Junaid, all three follow each other. Up ahead, Rushdie Irshan has caught up with Kamal Raj, and we follow them to see if there is any kind of activity between the two of them. As we go back to Formula 1 in Turkey, Hamilton leads Perez by Verstappen and Vettel and Leclerc. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Stroll is 6th. That's where we are in Turkey, as unfortunately Kamal Raj runs absolutely wide on the first corner, and of the first corner of the SS, all by himself. There was no contact there. Unfortunate for Kamal Raj, he braked way too late into the corner. He braked too late and ran wide. That's fine. It happens in motorsport. As Kushan Peris has now pitched a 1.5 second gap from Inuk, and Inuk is now being hounded by Adam. These two youngsters, one 10 years old, Adam is 10 years old, and Inuk is 13 years old. So that's interesting to see. Both the fathers and stewards sitting next to their sons, guiding them along. Inuk Madhumarachi's father, Mudit, who raced in the mini class, and I think he won the championship at one point. And Adam Junaid's father, Shafraz Junaid, who's raced in the SLGT on the rallies. He's also raced Formula 4, raced a bike. He's got lots of experience. I'm sure that fathers are biting their fingernails at the moment as Inuk tries to make that GTR the widest GTR ever created by Nissan. And in the process, we find Sam Smith slowly inching along and catching them, as Kamal Raj has overtaken, is ahead of Kushan, but Rushdie Irshan is all by himself with Mevan Pereira, and Mevan Pereira about 5 seconds adrift from Shami Alvis. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are evenly spaced out. There's no real gap between them, but we find Inuk and Adam right next to each other. The two of them running tooth and nail. There we go. There we see Adam trying to get the better of Inuk, and there is absolutely no real room for either party to overtake unless one brakes later and the other brakes a little earlier and there's a switchback. There's going to be no way that they're going to get past Adam Junaid, now having a 4.7 second penalty. Inuk Madhumarachi's lines are spot on. His lines are spot on. He's not giving Adam the room for him to get round and drive. He's driving beautifully. The lines are very, very good, except that Adam has nowhere that he can go, that he has the legs to go. He's perfectly lining himself up and keeping himself there. That's beautiful, clean racing by both youngsters. As we go back to Kushan, there's no real close racing there between these two guys. So Adam and Inuk driving right next to each other. It's absolutely amazing to see. And we now see Rushdie Irshan has got parallel with Mevan Pereira. Mevan squeezing him there, but Rushdie is saying he's not having any of it. He gets the better of Mevan Pereira. Rushdie brakes a little later, gets the drive out of the corner. Unfortunately, Mevan is on the inside, a tighter line that compromises his exit speed there. That's not going to work if you're going to overtake him there. He's got to get the slip out of that. And Adam having the same problem that Rushdie Irshan had, but Rushdie is there. Enoch keeping that car exactly where it should be to make sure Adam has to run all the way round on the wide. Oh no, Enoch under pressure ran a little too wide, he braked a little too late, and Adam got the better of him. But it's not over, because Adam has a 4.7 second penalty and Enoch doesn't. So if Enoch manages to stay within the slipstream of Adam and keeps it within the 4.7 seconds, he is home and through. So let's see if that is something that can be done as we go down into the 130R, into the chicane, the first of the chicanes, and then the casino triangle as we call it, and into the start finish straight. Adam has managed to pull a bit of a lead off these guys, and Enoch now is being caught by Sam Smith. As we watch with Kamal Raj all by himself as well, Mevan Pereira again all by himself, no real significance, and Rushdie Irshan trying to catch Shami Alvis. The gap is not really reducing at the moment, so we wait and see what exactly happens. But the fun is at the back of the pack, where there is a little bit of give and take between Sam Smith and Enoch Madhumarachi, who's ran a little wide. I think Enoch's tires have seen the better light of day, and that's why he's sliding around. Yes, Enoch's tires are completely shot, and that's why he cannot keep the car on the track. He should have gone into the pits in the last lap. He didn't go. I think he missed the pit there, and that will significantly slow his pace in the whole process of this. It's sad to see that this happened to such a good driver, because he is not going to get anywhere because of his tires. Enoch should have gone into the pits in the last lap. I don't know whether he can even make it to the pits in the next lap, and he might have to coast. He's at the hairpin. Yes, he might be able to make it. The fuel light is on, but he's got to have to go very cautiously to the finish. Oh, he's got a long way to go. He's at the Decno curve. He was not at the hairpin. He's only at the hairpin now. And there he goes around the hairpin. Again, he cannot keep the car on the line. So he's compromised his run big time by just missing the pit strategy by one lap. But you never know, because everybody will have to go into the pits on the same lap from what I see. So if he had gone in one lap earlier, he would have had to pit one more time at the end of it. So this is nothing to do with his pit strategy going wrong. It's to do that the car was taking a little too much tire and a lot more tire wear than it should have. So there you have it. Enoch has run out of fuel. He's right at the end of it. He's now coming into the pits as I see it. He's coasting in. He's run out of fuel. And as we ride on board with Sam Smith, Sam has managed to run one extra lap with his fuel, and he's come fourth. I don't know how smart this move is, but he's come fourth up to now. Let's see whether he can really make any headway, because everybody is on a single stop strategy. As we ride in there with Kamal Raj, Kamal too has finished his pit stop. Sam is due to do a pit stop. Mevan Pereira has done a pit stop. Rushdie Irshan has done a pit stop. And Shami Alvis has also done a pit stop. So these guys are all going to race to the wire. It's only the last bit of racing here where Sam Smith will have to come in on his next lap. He is at the Decno curve at the moment. He takes the right-hander, which is the approach to the hairpin, and he is being hounded by Kamal Raj. And if I were Sam, I'd just let Kamal go through, because Kamal is running on much cleaner tires. He's going to have the better run out of the corner. That's the hairpin there, running into Spoon. That's right, approaching Spoon. And I think Sam, although he's fighting to live another day, Kamal has the legs because he's got the fresher, cleaner tires. So there you have it. Sam should have come in a lap earlier, got a nice set of tyres. The only hope for him now is for him to fuel his car with a little less fuel and try to get out before Adam, Thea, Kushan and Inuk get there. But we never know, because Kamal too has a 2.5 second penalty, and Mevan and Irshan, nobody is actually in with any kind of contention. So we've got Sam now coming into the pits a bit too late in the day as we ride on board with Kushan. Kushan is now on the start-finish straight. Adam is serving a 2.6 second penalty, and he's at the Casino Triangle, coming out of Casino into the start-finish straight, and he's got a long thing. We hope that Sam can get out before Adam. No, Adam has managed to jump Sam in the pits, and Sam has wedged himself in between Adam and Inuk. Adam showing how drifting is done into the first turn, and we ride on board with Kamal. And in this race there's nobody who's actually close to anybody in this particular sequence of corners. So we ride on board with Kushan, and I think Kushan is quite close to, no, he's not, I thought he was, but he's not close to anybody. The gap between 6, 7 and 8 is 3 seconds per person, so there's no real threat there. And everybody on this track, unfortunately, is running with a 3 second gap. There's no real threat from anybody to anybody, and the only decider is going to be who has more penalties than the other to fight it out another day. So Mevan Pereira in third place, Rushdie Irshan in second, and Shami Alvis in first. So the gap between 1 and 2 is 5 seconds, 5.8, and the gap between 2 and 3 is 5.8. So it's an evenly spaced out 1, 2, 3. The gap between 3 and 4 being 10 seconds. That's double the gap of 1 and 2. And it's Kamal, and Kamal to Adam is 23 seconds. So in my opinion, there's going to be no real change to anything as we watch this whole thing unwind itself today. This is AM1 Race 2 of the Rest From Home Championship, brought to you by Mobitel and Demo. Mobitel being the platinum sponsor, and Demo being the gold sponsor. We go back to Italy, to Turkey, with Lewis Hamilton in still leading the race, with Sergio Perez, Charles Leclerc and Sebastian Vettel. This track, I think, in Turkey seems to suit the Ferraris a little better than anywhere else in the world, so we wish them all the best as we go back to Suzuka. We ride on board with Kamal Raj. Kamal having clawed away 1 second of Mevan, but with little consequence, because we've got only 3 laps more to go, and these guys are heavily on the money to remain where they are. So Kamal Raj with a 2.5 second penalty, Mevan Pereira with no penalty, Shami Alvis and Irshan with 0 penalty. Now, incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, something very interesting has been brewing at the top of the order. Shami Alvis has managed to catch Rushdie Irshan. So we've got 3 laps. I'm going to remain with these 2 guys. We've got a race to the flag between a Mitsubishi Evolution and a Subaru Impreza. That's interesting because Shami Alvis has slowly and surely clawed away little by little from this lead man. And in Japan, we've got 2 Japanese cars leading the race. From Mevan Pereira, who's driving an absolutely English car. So Shami trying very hard to get into the slipstream. He's 0.4 seconds right behind Rushdie Irshan. It's going to be very close because he's 1.2 seconds, and it will be very interesting to see in the next few laps who exactly has better attrition than the other. So Rushdie is now 1.8 seconds on the leader, and this is a fight for championship points, ladies and gentlemen. Shami Alvis, I'm sure, wants to get the points into the lead here. As we watch Shami Alvis beautifully lining that car. He knows where it is. These two are both real world racing drivers, and we wait to see how that experience manifests itself to the sim world. This is what it's all about. It's, as you can see, it's absolutely clean. There's a switchback happening there, but Rushdie Irshan manages to guard off that whole racing line. It's an amazing battle here, and as you can see, it's really clean driving as Rushdie takes a different line and Shami takes a different line. Rushdie trying to cover the inside line, and Shami has nowhere exactly to go. He's on the inside. Shami tries to get the slip and the toe. It's a long 130R was just passed, or we're coming into the 130R, which is a flat out fifth gear corner. There's nothing, they're not even lifting through that corner, it's just flat out through that. 1.6 seconds or 0.6 seconds, 0.12 seconds, that's how close these guys are. Anything closer than that, they'll be kissing each other's bumpers here. Okay, now let's see down the straight, can Shami get the toe on Irshan? Irshan making sure he runs as close as he can to the wall, so he guards the inside line. Shami goes on the outside. Yes, he's taken the line. Oh, brilliant driving there by Shami Alvis. He drops a gear, brakes a little later. What a move there into that first corner, that first turn move on the outside. You know, the last time I saw something like that, that was Fernando Alonso in the 130R on Michael Schumacher, absolutely on the outside, and Shami Alvis pulls it out in Suzuka in the first corner. That is amazing driving. He kept the car perfectly lined up. He knew where he was going to take him. He braked really late, and that is clean driving. But it's not over. It's not over. Rushdie Irshan, he's got the line behind him now, and he is going to pressure Shami into seeing where can he get past Shami. That is amazing driving. I'm really surprised to see that we've got clean driving like this. It could have gone the other way. Absolutely phenomenal driving by the first and the second drivers. And I was telling Sabri a little while ago, we've got drivers who are running in the AM class who have really upped their game, and they can drive in the pro class very effectively. And very soon we'll be having something which will open out the game to everybody to see who are the men from the boys. And that's where we will figure out for next year, where are we going to go with the next season. And some of these guys from the AM class are definitely going to be elevated to the pro class, and some of the pro class drivers had better watch out, because they're going to get relegated down to the AM class. As we see Rushdie Irshan trying to come across, but Shami Alvis beautifully closing the door in an absolutely legal move in the 130R, brakes for the casino triangle into the right-hander, over the curbs in the left-hander, and there he powers it out. There's no chance for Rushdie Irshan. Rushdie Irshan gets right into the slipstream. 2.2 seconds, or 0.2 seconds now, right there, as Shami Alvis takes the wider line. Can Rushdie Irshan brake a little later? Yes, he might just well do it. No, he can't. That is absolutely amazing driving by the top two drivers. Super stuff. That's the way it should be. There's no quarter given, no quarter taken, and I think Rushdie has now come to understand that that first corner was the place to go. The next corner he can try another stunt. Is into the hairpin, which is coming up just past the Decno curve. After these SS, we are coming up to Decno in about 200 meters, and Rushdie Irshan has not given up on this fight. He's there. We go through Decno curve, hard braking into the right-hander, under the bridge, which is where the overlap happens. There you see it, ladies and gentlemen, that's where the overlap is. We go into Shami takes the perfect line on the outside because the next one is a right-hander. Amazing driving by these two. I'm sure he'll try a switchback. No, he didn't work. He built it there. That switchback would have worked for him. This is where it is. Absolutely phenomenal driving by these two boys. Clean as they come. Perfect driving. This is what we would call textbook driving by 1 and 2. Absolutely clean. Oh, damn, that was an absolute balls up by Shami. He ran wide there. I think his tires got the better of him. And Rushdie Irshan got him. Yes, his tires have seen better. And as well as Shami's fuel as at the end of it, both of them coasting now to the finish. Beautiful driving by Rushdie Irshan. Phenomenal driving by Shami Alvis. And we have to give it to them. Absolute racing to the wire. This is what you call absolute racing to the wire. I'm sorry we missed out on all the other drivers who are there, but we have to give it to Rushdie Irshan and Shami Alvis. As they come in, they pass the Casino Triangle, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause to our two drivers. A good driving, super driving. And we're back in Suzuka for the final race of the day. We've got Jan Kaiser, who's on pole thanks to a reverse grid situation. With Adisha Kitwit, who's second, and Himesh Silva, who's third. So that's where we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Jan Kaiser going into the first corner, running absolutely wide. That's unfortunate. In the first corner, he's braked a little too late and come all the way from the start to the fourth. And he tries his level best to catch hold of Himesh Silva, but it doesn't really work. Down the line, we have Sachetana Patirana, who's fighting from the back, and I presume that Dasun Ranatunga is the one who got the fastest time for the day. Dasun, another great driver. Sachetana doing a dummy on Jan Kaiser. Jan running wide again. I think this is Jan's first time. Akhil Rizvi getting a bit of a tap from Jan Kaiser, but that's okay. And Jan Kaiser as well as Akhil Rizvi both ran wide. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunate for Jan Kaiser, he's come all the way from the front to the back, and Himesh Silva being followed very closely by Shami Zed. So that's the order so far. It's an amazing race we have here, with Himesh Silva now being hounded by Shami Zed, and I think Himesh has got the better of Shami Zed got the better of Himesh Silva. Himesh gets the line into the corner, nicely executed braking maneuver, Himesh Silva, and gets him in the casino triangle. That was a beautifully executed move, as we see Shami Zed again coming down the inside of Himesh. One car, a BMW, the other car, a Mitsubishi Evolution. So Shami Zed gets it into the corner, slightly ragged there into the first turn, through the S's. A lot of people get the braking point mixed up there and run wide. Again, you see Shami Zed running wide, and Himesh getting the better of him. Himesh having far more traction out of the corners. There was a bit of a tap there. That is not acceptable. I'm sure the stewards will tell them on Discord that they need to be a little more cautious about how they're doing this. It's not acceptable to tap, but no harm there. As Adisha Kitwit has pulled a 2.5 second lead right in front. The Volkswagen Sirocco beautifully appointed there, and Himesh Silva and Shami Zed being given a warning by the stewards that yes, and that's where you see it. Adisha Kitwit pulling that 2.8 second lead and pulling away. It's all because of the fact that that these two guys are fighting each other. Race, the final race of the day, the sixth race that we have with the CMSC Race From Home Championship, round 8. This is brought to you by Mobitel, our platinum sponsors, and we are at the X station in down Duplication Road, where all the internet facilities are available for us to run a race control, which is quite extensive. As you see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all in the same frame after 3 laps. That's how competitive this race is. And we go down the order, and you see Dasun Ranatunga slightly creeping up the inside of Sachetana Patirana in that beautiful black Ferrari. Sachetana Patirana had no clue where to go as the monster of a Ferrari came down the inside. Again, all these cars are absolutely equal because there is a balance of performance in place. And you see Dilan Sabah trying to pull a number on Sachetana, but Sachetana having none of it. Dilan having to run wide and not really getting anywhere. We follow Dilan Sabah and Sachetana Patirana as they go around the S's into the long right-hander, into the left-hander now, which is the first of the curves. It's called the Degner curve, which is the right-hander, the first of the right-handers into the short straight, and under the bridge, which is the crossover. And they go all the way now, and they will take a slight right-hander into the sharp first gear U-turn. You see all the cars coming into the U-turn. Then they come up the hill. It's a very steep hill. If you look at it, if you walk down that, if you walk up the hill, you'll see how steep the hill is into the Degner curve. And the car's doing approximately 125 miles an hour as they turn into the long spoon curve. Oh, that was a little bit of a little kiss there from Dilan Sabah. That's not acceptable. No harm done. But had Sachetana got out of line there, Dilan would have been in trouble. As Sachetana covers the inside line, going into the 130R, 3 cars abreast, almost 3 cars abreast. Again, Dilan Sabah gives Sachetana a small tap. I mean, these things do happen. And there the stewards have given a warning to Dilan Sabah to give up the place because there was a little bit of unsportsmanship driving. And that's good driving by Dilan to accept the steward's decision as Sachetana Patirana now gets the legs on that. I mean, hard driving is one thing, but having an incident like that is not acceptable. So the steward's taking an immediate decision there and telling the driver to back off and give the place back. So that's how it is. And up the order, there's no real change. Kevin Pereira in 3rd and 4th place, having caught Dasun Ranatunga. Dasun has overtaken all these guys, and we ride with Dasun now, as Dasun is right on the tail of Imesh Silva as they go up the hill into Spoon, the long left-hander, which is a double apex corner. There's the first part of Spoon and the second part of Spoon, where the second part of Spoon is very important because that's a perfect exit from that exit from Spoon depicts your straight line speed and the exit and the speed up the hill when you come into the fat out 130R. Incidentally, this track is in Japan, Suzuka, 5.8 kilometers with 18 turns left and right, and there you have it. Dasun Ranatunga got the better of Imesh under braking, and he's got amazing car control there as Imesh tries once again to get the better of Dasun holding the inside line on the right side, the dirty part of the track. Yet for all, he guards his line there, gets a bit of breathing space between himself and Imesh, and turns into the first corner and up the corner again with the SS. This is amazing driving by all these guys. They haven't had the pit stops as yet because they're going to run all the way up to lap 6 where they will take the first bit of pit stops. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have Dasun Ranatunga being chased by Imesh Silva, and both of them closing in on on Adisha Kitwit. Adisha in the Volkswagen Scirocco, the beautiful green car, runs all the way up the hill. Now coming into the first of the Degner curve there, and then he will take the short right-hander, which will go under the bridge and into the hairpin. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. First gear up the hill. He's got in as close as 0.6 seconds to Adisha Kitwit, and it's just a matter of time when we see Dasun right on the tail of Adisha and giving him a small hoot with his horn, saying, either you move or I'm going to take you. So let's see what Dasun can do. That's a beautiful black Ferrari there. He may be a Ferrari, maybe a Volkswagen, but the power is equal. And there you have it, perfectly lined. Dasun lined himself up perfectly for that corner, for the 130R on the inside, and makes that pass absolutely clean. And Imesh is also in the slipstream, but Adisha, being the good driver he is, he did not do anything untoward. He gave Dasun Ranatunga enough space in that whole corner and said, okay, this is my turn to let you go, and I'll live to fight another day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, all very close to each other. And we see Dilan Saba now has dropped 8 seconds off the pace, and he is now being caught by Shamized at this point of time. So Shamized has gone into the pits, and Akhil Rizni, I think, no, okay, so Dilan Saba has finally overtaken Sachetana Patirana, and that's another change in the positions. If you remember, a couple of moments ago, Sachetana Patirana was fighting with Dilan Saba, and Dilan Saba had to give up the place to Sachetana. I think the roles have reversed. Dilan has overtaken Sachetana, but unfortunately he's 7 seconds away from Kevin Pereira, who is in 4th place. I would imagine that half these guys are going to come in now for their pit stops. So there you have it. Oh dear, Kevin Pereira, I spoke too soon, has had a right royal moment going into the kitty litter at the Degner curve, and that has allowed Dilan Saba to close the gap from 9 seconds all the way to 3.8. He's what I call in sniffing distance of the car in front of him. He's dropped it to 3.5, and as Kevin now gets himself back into his concentration mode after the little bit of a rattling moment there, they get up to 3.4 seconds, 3.5, no real impact made, as Imesh is still battling with Adisha Kitwit for 2nd place. These guys again, I'm sure they are very close to their pit stops. I'm sure Dasun has already decided to take the road on the inside after the Casino Triangle. Right about now, he should be putting his car into the lining of the pit lane entrance. That's where he goes in, and you'll see Adisha Kitwit also doing a similar move, with Imesh also doing the same thing. It's going to be all the drivers coming into the pits on the same lap, except for Shamized, who did a pit stop some time ago, and Jan Kaiser, who's also done a pit stop some time ago. So that's where you have it. And Adisha Kitwit, for some reason, has decided to run on medium tires. That's, I don't know how smart that one is, but he's fueled up and he's out, and he's got Imesh. Oh, Adisha has come into 2nd place, but unfortunately Adisha, with his strategy of running medium tires, might be having a disadvantage around the corners. That's going to be his downfall, because Imesh has 2 things going for him. 1, he's an amazing driver. 2, he's running on soft compound tires as opposed to Adisha Kitwit's medium compound tires. So it's up to us to see what's going to happen with this whole process. I amazing driving by all these drivers, very clean. And Dasun Ranatunga, who's made a 5.9 second window between himself and Adisha Kitwit. As I was saying earlier, some of these drivers who are running in the AM class, I'm telling you, they are worthy now to be running in the Pro class. And it will be very interesting if we organize something with India to run two classes simultaneously, one in the Pro class and two classes with maybe 6 Indian drivers and 6 Sri Lankan drivers in 2 rooms, and see exactly how we perform. I'm sure we can talk to India and get a race running. We've got 12 drivers who are absolutely on the money, and then we can see it happen. I've been talking to Sabri Salam and Sammy Kenda, who are in here with me in the race control, who said that they are all in to run a race with India to see exactly how well we can perform. And they have absolute confidence in our drivers now, that they think that our drivers have come of age and are ready to take on the world in e-sport and run on these tracks in these cars and perform equally well. As we ride with Dasun Ranatunga, who's increased his gap now in 2 laps to 7.6 seconds, with Adisha Kitwit now being hounded by Imesh. And I told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be tough, because Adisha Kitwit, with his medium compound tires, is now getting caught by Imesh, and in the process he is slowing down the whole pack, and Kevin Pereira will very soon be catching Imesh. So if Imesh does not get round Adisha Kitwit very soon, he is in for trouble, because Imesh is going to be under pressure from Kevin Pereira, and that is not an ideal scenario for Imesh, because he will have to fight in front and guard the back as well. So there you have it. Kevin Pereira has now got up to 0.6 seconds of Imesh. Adisha Kitwit, another driver who's running in the Nissan March class, SLN Nissan March class, and Imesh, who runs in the Ford Laser class. So they are all drivers who are currently in the national grid as well, in the real racing world. So they know exactly how it has to happen, and they are having an absolute ball of a time here, racing each other. Adisha Kitwit guards the inside line of into 130R. That's the exact place to be, and he doesn't give any space for Imesh Silva to run. And in the process, Kevin Pereira, if he's smart enough, can dive down the inside. No, it doesn't happen. That was a little bit of argy-bargy there, and as Kevin gets the hang of that, and there are 3 cars abreast there, Kevin gets the better of Imesh. Now let's see, comes a cropper into the first corner as Adisha Kitwit sees 3 hounding Mitsubishi Evolutions all over his tailpipe. There are 3 cars, 1 red and white, 1 white and 1 yellow, all hounding a puny little Volkswagen Sirocco. The Volkswagen Sirocco, fortunately or unfortunately, running on medium compound tires, as opposed to the 3 cars behind him all running soft compound. So again, it's going to be an attrition of who's going to blink first. Anything is possible in this, and you have to give it to Adisha Kitwit with all the pressure he's undergoing. You've got a train of cars here, beautiful driving, and he keeps the car perfectly in line. Anything can go wrong in this whole thing, and he runs a little wide, but he still keeps the car beautifully lined up. He guards the corner there. He makes sure that nobody can come down the inside. No, he doesn't. No, it's fine. As Imesh Silva takes Kevin Pereira around that corner. This is the motorsport that we are enjoying to watch. It is beautiful. It's clean racing, and everybody respects the other person's space. As we go into the spoon curve, which is a long left-hander, as I mentioned earlier, as Imesh manages to get the inside line of Adisha. Adisha, as I mentioned, is in the... Oh! That's a bit of a bad one there. On lap number 9, Imesh Silva, Dilan Sabha and Kevin Pereira. The three of them coming together. And the guy who comes out in front, again, is Adisha Kidwin. I mean, this guy's got 9 lives, I must say. But there you have it. The 3 cars behind him could easily have gone past him clean because he kept the door open, but they choose to knock into each other, and that ended up with the 3 of them having to follow the little Volkswagen all the way around another lap round Suzuka. So there you have it. Imesh Silva makes the move on Adisha Kidwin. But he's in the process. I think Imesh Silva has been given a penalty of a 2.9 seconds or 3 second penalty for some infringement somewhere. So maybe he was the one who caused the incident earlier. As we also see a penalty which has been afforded to Dilan Sabha as well. Dilan also getting the better of Adisha Kidwin. Adisha's tyres, I'm sure, have seen better days. Because he, as I mentioned earlier, he's running on the wrong tyre. But he's got a lot of speed in him. He's got a lot of talent in the boy. And it is all to do with the fact that these guys have all upped their game. They're all up their game and they're running amazing driving, these guys. So there you have it. Imesh Silva and Dilan Sabha both ghosting once in a way because they're both serving penalties. And Dilan Sabha now on the tail of Imesh Silva. Let's watch to see what exactly they do as these guys come into spoon curve. They've got about 2 laps more as Dilan Sabha takes an absolutely different line here. He gets it right around the corner, perfect lining there, but Imesh Silva guards it. But I'm sure if my little knowledge serves me right, I'm sure Dilan Sabha gets a better run out of the corner. Yes, he has, and he is on the inside of the 130R. He's sure to take Imesh Silva in the 130R. And I hope that's a clean move. Yes, it's a clean move. He runs a bit wide, and Imesh Silva does a switch back, and he takes him back. But yes, that was a great move by Imesh Silva. And Imesh Silva goes a little bit because of the penalty he's serving. And the cars are all 3 abreast, almost 3 abreast, as they go into turn 1. Dilan Sabha has the legs on Imesh, but Imesh has the line into the corner. Unless Dilan can brake a little later. No, he can't. That's what I thought, because Imesh Silva has the line into the corner. These guys are fighting tooth and nail. This is amazing driving by these guys. Dasun Ranatunga, we're going to forget about him for a moment because he's run away into the sunset with this race. But the second place is anybody's guess. And there are 3 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolutions here, all 3 fighting for that second and third slot on the podium. And we've got Kevin Pereira. Don't discount the boy. He is waiting to see when these 2 guys in front of him are going to take each other out, and he will be a benefactor of somebody else's sin. So let's wait. We've got another lap as Dilan Sabha tries to get 2 wheels on the grass, doesn't really make it. And there you have it. Kevin Pereira almost gets 4-wheel, but he doesn't get caught for it. And he gets the inside line, but unfortunately the next one is on to the left. So he's on the wrong side of that. There's a little bit of knocking there, but it didn't really work for Kevin because Kevin didn't come out a cropper on that one. So let's see how it works. We got Imesh Silva. We've got a lap more to go, and now the gap's falling away because Kevin doesn't seem to have managed to hold on to the top 2. But Imesh and Dilan, they are 0.3, 0.4 seconds off each other, and I'm not too sure what exactly that means. But on the back of Dilan Sabha's car, there's a big signboard saying, "Sorry, we are closed." I wonder whether that's a COVID sign or whether it's something to do with somebody's branding. But I'm sure he's got a bumper sticker on the front saying "Move," but that too hasn't really worked for him. The guy in front is not moving, and we wait and see what exactly has happened. As again we find on the start-finish straight, 3 cars running absolutely abreast. This is phenomenal driving into the last lap. Sam, what are your bets? You think it's Dylan Saba? Okay, it has to be, because unfortunately Imesh Silva is serving a 2.2 second penalty and the cars are very close to each other. Unfortunately, that's going to be a tough one. No, that was a tough one there. I didn't see anything happen there. It was a racing incident from what I saw. And Kevin came into 3rd place. I think Dylan really made a slight error of judgment on that one where he went in. But let's see. I mean, we're on the last lap. We're into Degner, and Kevin is going to come in 2nd, and the gap between Kevin and Dylan, unfortunately, a little further than the 2.2 seconds that is there. Otherwise, Dylan would have come in. And Kevin Pereira does a clean move round the Dunlop curve and comes into Spoon in 2nd place. That's a clean overtake there. Absolutely clean overtake. And if Dylan can just make a second up in his timing between himself and Imesh Silva, he just might be able to make it to 3rd place. It's going to be a nail-biting finish, because Imesh Silva has a 2.2 second penalty, and Dylan Saba has made it to 1.5. So he has jumped onto the podium. As we congratulate Dasun Ranatunga, we've been unfortunately not watching him too much, but Dasun Ranatunga has won this race from Kevin Pereira, and Dylan Saba has got the better of. Oh no, Imesh Silva has had another penalty and run out of fuel as well, and he's had another penalty. So the finishing order is Dasun Ranatunga, Kevin Pereira, and Dylan Saba. Imesh Silva, Akhil Rizni, Adisha Kitwit, Sachetana Patirana, and Shamizet. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 8 of the Race From Home Championship, brought to you by the Ceylon Motorsports Club and sponsored by Mobitel, platinum sponsor, and Mobil and Demo.